Coño. känn bak, alla med börjar. All right, Big Parish. Well, I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to you and welcome to the GPL 2025 edition, the Grenada Premier League Pool Tournament. And we are here live from the Twilight Sports Bar right here in Grenville. So we have a game in progress. We're gonna just try to give you a little update as to where we are, but I know the stream has been on and you have been seeing some of the action that has taken place so far. You have seen much of it. And so we are viewing from, as I said, the Twilight Sports Bar right inside of Grenville, St. Andrew. Remember, this is our second weekend of GPL action coming to you. Compliments the folks here at the Twilight Sports Bar. Last weekend we were at the Quasi Sports Bar, bringing you all the action. Today we've journeyed to Grenville. The game in progress, the game that you are seeing now, it's Dwight versus the Beast. So I think Dwight is up. And we will. It's 2-1 in favor of Dwight. In your picture now, Beast is on the board. And didn't really have a good time up here last week, Beast, so he wants to make amends. Has not started well. That's a scratch, so it means a ball in hand for Dwight. Dwight up one game on the Beast. And as we continue to say, this is a game of strategy. As much as you want to be able to clear the board and pot all your balls, pocket your balls, still have to use strategy. It's not as straightforward as we think. And that's a view of Dwight just looking to play the safety, making life difficult for the Beast. Really good attempt there by the Beast too. We just had a foul there by Dwight. So Beast has an opportunity. Ball in hand. Ball in hand means that he has an opportunity to place that ball wherever he wants to. And the referee here, he's going to seek to remove So that was the rack that he just removed, and so Beast now has an opportunity as he surveys the board. Remember, you want to make sure that you can play your second shot, not just about the the first shot, but you have to think clearly as to where the balls are located on the board and how easily you can get to them. So there he is. He's looking to reverse slightly to get the 2 in the half pocket. Maybe could have reversed a little bit more and get a bit closer to the 2 ball. He wants to get 2 trees not too far away. So he has an option. He can either try to just stick, or he can move the tree closer as he just did. So you get to this stage here and you really want to focus in on trying to make sure that the other player does not have an opportunity. Spoke quite a lot about skill set. Corner pocket, looking to come up to the corner. Has clear sight of the 4 ball. He's gonna play the 4, look to maybe move the 5 away a bit. Really good placement there by the Beast. I think he weighted the shot really nicely. So, goes up and comes around. Yeah, really nicely. Just a little. Just a little too soft there. He really wanted to drift past the 9 a little bit more. And so I'm going to welcome to the microphone our pro pool player. The only professional pool player that we have here in Grenada, and he has really been doing a lot in terms of guiding some of the amateurs, guiding some of the elite players to, you know, really upgrade themselves. And so I want to welcome Larry to the microphone this evening. Welcome, Larry.
Okay, thank you. It's nice to be here. Up here at the Twilight Sports Bar here in Grenville, where we see a match in progress between Beast, as he is affectionately known, and Dwight.
So, Larry, you want to speak to us in terms of your experience here, playing the 10 ball, playing the 9 ball, and so on. Can you give us some insight into, you know, what it's been like?
Well, I mean, actually, people tend to refer to me as a pro. I'm not a pro in the sense of the word, in that because I play in the BCA and CSI divisions in Las Vegas, of which I'm going to next month, both Beast and I actually. What it is, players across the world are ranked by something called a Fargo rating system. And the so-called, well, not so-called, but the actual pros are rated when they are 720 and above. I used to be at 600 and I dropped down to 587 because I played terribly last year. So I am still up there in terms of my Fargo rating. But I'm not allowed to play the amateur divisions in Las Vegas, so I have to play in an advanced division. Because there's basically the amateur division, the advanced division where I'm playing, and then there's the pro division. So if my Fargo rating this year goes up from 587 or 581 where I'm at, and I go up to like 700 or 720, then I'll be forced to play in the pro division. As it is right now, if I want to, I can opt to play in that elite division, but I still tend to stay within my realm, which is the advanced division. But in terms of the development of pool here in Grenada, what we've been seeing over the past 2 years or so is heightened awareness and more playtime in both 9 and 10 ball. not just because of the speed of the game. It's a much faster game as opposed to 8-ball, but it tends to have a more fun element to it in terms of that it levels the playing field, whereby the players play against each other, and it's basically who makes the 9-ball or 10-ball actually wins the game. So it does level the the playing field in terms of the skill level and so on, because in this particular format, even a novice could beat a much better player, because all you have to do is make the 9 or make the 10. And as you just saw in the game that just concluded, Beast missed a relatively easy shot on the 10-ball. He was slightly out of position, and Dwight just capitalized on that because he was left hanging in the pocket and pocketed the 10. And that's the end of the game, next game.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty of playing the 10-ball. You play so well, you start from 1, you go all the way down to 9 to 10, and then you miss the 10-ball. Somebody has an easy shot, to win the game, and so it feels rather unfair.
Well, you see, that's where the strategy in the game comes in. At this level of pool, you have to be thinking 3 shots ahead. You cannot be thinking, hey, I'm going to make the 1 ball and get position in 2. If you do that and get position in 2, and relative to the 3, you're out of position, then you'll find that even when you pot the 2, you're not in a good position to pot the 3 and then go to the next lowest ball, which may be the 4. So you consistently have to be thinking at least 3 shots ahead. I mean, basically, when I look at a table layout, I'm looking at the entire 10 balls, or at least 5 balls ahead. I don't look at my next 2 or 3 shots unless there's clusters of balls or balls tied up together. So you have to be always thinking many balls ahead, or you will end up in complications. But the key thing about 9 or even 10 ball as we play in this format now is that if you're out of position on a shot, even there is no safety per se in this game by the rules of the game, but you could play a defensive shot where you could hide the lowest ball, so you give your opponent a very difficult shot, or a shot whereby they have to play a jump, carom, or masse shot, which makes it much more difficult. And like in this, as you just saw, Beast just had the broke. It broke and it scratched. Dwight coming to the table now has ball in hand. Beast would be on 1 foul. This game, just like 9-ball, has a 3 foul option also. So if Dwight fouls him out 3 times with a warning on the second before he goes in third foul, he would win the game. So he has the option now, and it doesn't have to be consecutive in terms of his shot play. That's a mistake a lot of people make, in that they think on his shot now he has to play a relative safe shot. That's not the case. He can pot 2 or 3 balls and then decide to give Beast a hard shot. And if Beast doesn't make a contact with it, it's his 2nd consecutive foul. It's a mistake a lot of novices tend to make, and I tend to highlight it a lot to them to get away from that. So like, if for instance in that shot which Dwight just made, if he couldn't get an easy shot on the 2 ball, he could have just simply played it safe, and then if if Beast didn't hit it, then he'd be on his 2nd foul. So it's not necessarily just about potting balls, but it's a strategy involved when you switch from offensive play to a defensive game.
Yeah, really just thank you for that highlight, because I think we spoke quite a lot about it. Even now, just that shot not really executed, and you were just saying, you want to either play where you have that opportunity, to continuously play, or you want to be able to strategize, and that right there is a foul.
That's correct. Here's a technical side to this, because I should also point out I'm a CSI certified referee for the past 15 years in the States. I don't referee anymore, I just focus on playing. But I'm also the head referee here in Grenada, and I've been training a few referees. Point to note here, Beast had 1 foul, and now Dwight have 1 foul. They're both on 1 foul each. People tend to forget this. Beast now, if he happens to foul or whatever the case may be, he would be on 2 fouls and Dwight would still be on 1. It's a technicality of the game people tend to overlook. So if Beast now chooses, for whatever reason, is out of position, he decides to go defensive, and he gives Dwight a safety shot, and Dwight can't hit it, Dwight would then be on 2 fouls. So you always have to be counting the fouls. Who is fouling and who is not fouling, etc., etc. Okay, it could be a case of the 2 players could foul out each other. They could both be on 2 fouls. But he managed to pot the ball relatively okay, and he's on that low ball, and what he's looking at now is a 5-10 combo. And in this particular format, as opposed to 9-ball, he has to say 10 ball into the lower left pocket. either by indication, pointing, or making it clear to his opponent or to the referee that he's playing a combination of 10 ball into the corner pocket. If he doesn't call it, then it's the opponent to play. It's not a foul, it's just loss of turn. So I assume here, based on his action, that he has called a 10 ball in the low left corner pocket, which he missed and he scratched. So from the standpoint of fouls, Beast, because he played an intervening legal shot, he's now back on 1 foul, and Dwight is also on 1 foul with a ball in hand.
A really good explanation, and that shows the insight. And so that's why it's good to have you sitting here, so that you can help bring some clarity to the person's viewing. And so Dwight has quite a lot to think about. Really wants to set up this game in a way that it is easy for him to just continuously pocket the balls. So a lot of thought has to go into what you're doing. It's similar to maybe a chess game where you have to think about the moves ahead.
Well, you see, the problem that Dwight is facing right now is the presence, ironically, of the 10 ball. Believe it or not, the 10 ball, that's a problem ball. Because if he pots that ball, he's going to go 1 rail or come backwards to try to get onto the 6. He decided to go forward. He's out of position to get onto the 7. He needed to come off the rail a bit more, so he could have drawn the cue ball backwards to get the 7 in the lower right pocket. But because he's out of position now, he could opt to play defensive, could run around the table, or he could try to draw the ball back around the 9 ball. Go 1 rail of the right-hand rail to try to get position on the 7, probably back and a half. And that's what he's doing. He's shooting low right to drag the ball to the opposite side of the table. You saw the spin and how the ball acted to try to attempt to put the 6 ball in the same position.
Yeah, really good shot there by him. Maybe he just wanted to come a little more forward of the rail, but still in a good position. Has a good view where wants to remain somewhere between the 9 and the 10 so that he can get to the 8.
But he's going to play this softly and go forward to try to get position 8. He made it, but as you see, he played it too hard or too soft. Well, in this case, he played it too soft. He wanted to roll past or stop shot, so he snookered himself on a 10 ball. He could play a kick shot, but most of these guys know they like to go airborne. Everybody has jump sticks, so he's going to fly over that 10 ball and call the 8 ball in that same corner pocket, as he has just indicated to the ref. He has to call that shot, because in 10 ball, the shots have to be called, but obvious shots do not have to be called. But in the case of a jump, carom, kick, combination, or masse, he has to call the shot, otherwise the shot wouldn't count to be a legal hit with the other player to play. So he's going to go over the 10 to try to make the 8 and hopefully get position on 9. He missed the ball completely, so it's a ball in hand to Beast, which is a relatively easy cleanup with the 3 balls just in the middle of the table.
Yeah, again, clarity in terms of what has to happen. So ball in hand, an opportunity to win a game, to get himself back into the competition. And so he wants to make sure that what he's doing, he's clear in his mind.
You know, recently I was playing a match and I was talking to a player, and he said to me, I was playing a jump shot, and he said to me, Larry, why don't you just go for a hit? Well, basically how I play, I wouldn't just go for a hit. I try to make the shot. What Dwight just did is he made the same mistake I made in that conversation with the guy. It was a left-hand cut shot into that pocket, and that is why Dwight missed the ball on that side. He wasn't just going for a hit, he was actually going to make the shot, hence why he missed it. Some people would say better to err on the side of caution and actually hit the ball as opposed to missing the ball entirely and giving the person a ball in hand. But again, it boils down to the position of the jump shot and how well you can jump. Beast played that very well and left it almost a dead straight shot in the top left-hand corner pocket with a 10 ball. And that, if he makes this, would lower the deficit from 3-1 to 3-2. And he has successfully made that shot, so the score now goes 3 to Dwight and 2 to Beast.
Yeah, and this is something that I in conversation with Beats last week, I highlighted the need for, the accuracy, the shot accuracy to improve because looking at the 10 ball tournament, around the world and so on, you recognize that these guys, when they get an opportunity, they look to go all the way. You use whatever safety in the event, but generally, looking at some of these professional players, they want to go all the way.
Well, one of the challenges we have here in Grenada is, and as a referee, and I've been a referee for a lot of years, when I was studying to be a referee in the States, we had to do a lot of physics classes and so on. And I try to impart this on people I'm not necessarily training, but assisting them in a game. The atmospheric conditions makes a huge difference on how balls react and play. Now, if you're in an air-conditioned area, the relative humidity in that area would be very low. So as a result, the balls would tend to skid on the table and spin less and slide a lot. What that creates is that you have much more movement on the table. Now, if you're in an area like where we are tonight, where it's not air-conditioned and it's a bit humid, what happens is that the ball is sticky. And because of that, the ball tends to throw more and grab more, so you get more spin, so it holds more on the clock. Let me try to explain this. Some of the shots that are available on a very slippery, slidey table are just not possible on a sticky table, because on a sticky table you can't massage as easily and you can't jump as easily. The ball tends to stick to the table, and obviously it rolls much slower. So players have to take that into consideration when they're playing certain shots, how the ball reacts, especially when it's coming off the rails and so on. If the rails are more sticky, the ball tends to move slower. So in terms of your positional play, it makes a huge difference. To get back to the point, professionals do have that problem. Everywhere they go, the conditions is exactly the same.
Yes, so that's again that and looking at it, if you're not here to give us these insights, we may not really understand that physics plays a very big role in terms of the way we play and what happens to the balls and the board. And so we want to make sure, as we see Beast, I think he's coming up with a foul there.
Yeah, he played a one rail kick at the one ball, I assume. I don't think he played a push, because on the shot immediately after the break, whether you made a ball or not, the incoming player always has the option to play a push, but he must indicate this to the incoming player or the non-shooting player or the referee. Now, the fact that the referee did not give Dwight a ball in hand, even though Beast attempted to hit it, he obviously called a push shot. So it was Dwight's turn at the table, of which he successfully snookered him on the one ball. Still a relatively easy one rail kick to hit the one ball, but again, it's about positional play.
Yeah, really good start there by Dwight. Again, you want to set up your game as much as possible. So make life as difficult. Beast making a relatively good attempt.
Yes, he made good contact on the one ball and had it dropped. I presume he had called it on the half pocket. If he did, he'd have had position on the one ball. One of the things a lot of players forget to do when they're playing a kick shot or a bank shot, in cases like that where they snooker, they tend to forget to call a pocket or relevant pocket. And if they make this shot without calling it, then it's a non-shooter to play, his turn. Or he still has the option, if he doesn't like where the ball's end, to tell you to play again, even though he didn't call the shot.
Good execution there by Dwight. Again, getting relatively good position on the two. His concern will be getting to the other ball after he plays the two, so may just decide to, as I was just about to say, reverse it. So he has reversed to get the three. And again, may just want to reverse the ball slightly, get back into so that he can get the 5.
Well, the angle he had, he couldn't really get, didn't really get that much movement to get position on the 4. But in other news, on the other table, the non-TV table, what I'm just hearing now is that match has just been concluded. That match was between Melvin and Jester, of which Jester was victorious in that match, defeating Melvin 5-0. It was a whitewash.
So we call it whitewash, just as the cricket game.
That's correct, yes. Yep.
So you really want to avoid the whitewashes then, and you want to push your opponent as far as you can. I recall a game that you played in last week where I think it was Peter. He came back and won a game off you, and you were ahead, and he was able to just rally back.
That's correct. I had Peter 4-2, and I missed the 10-ball cut shot. And again, one of the things about me, I tend to, because I'm practicing to play a lot nowadays, I'm practicing mainly in an air-conditioned area, because when I get to Vegas, the temperature in the room is going to be 68 or 69 degrees. So I'm practicing heavily with Beast, and sometimes with Corey also, under those table conditions, because it's not going to be sticky in Vegas. It's going to be, Vegas as it is zero humidity, and it's going to be a very low temperature. So the balls play radically differently.
So we've seen that nice overhead shot of the balls there, and Beast has a lot of thinking to do. I think Dwight has done really relatively well in terms of his positioning of the cue ball after he played the shot.
One of the things about the design of this tournament too that's very unique, you have to keep in mind that for how this event is designed, for over the 3-week period, the players are not eliminating each other. Basically, they have 9 matches to play over 3 weeks. Each day they're playing 3 matches. At the end of those 9 matches, what is going to determine is the position for the final day, which is now a single elimination event. Let me throw some more clarity on this. People is going to say, so what happens when you play and you win and you this, that, and the other? What's going to happen is that for the final day, in terms of the layout, the top ranked player in position number 1 will be playing against the person in position number 16. Position number 2 will play against 15, 3 will play against 14, etc., etc. So there's an advantage to actually playing well in the preliminary rounds, because it determines who you're playing against, which doesn't really say much. In theory and statistically, the higher ranked players are supposed to win. But, as you know, this being the type of game it is, anybody could win on that day. And on that final day, it's the same race to 5, but it is a single elimination. So once you lose your race to 5, that's it. You're out. The only thing else you're going to play for is play another match for your position to determine whether you place like 12 to 16, 8 to 12, whatever the case may be. So it's a single elimination. But I don't want to get caught up into that too much, because we have today, we're playing here at Twilight, and that was a good hit. Now, if Beast had called, or whoever shot that 10 ball back into that pocket, he would have won the game. But it appears to me that the mere fact that the referee is looking for the ball, he made a clean contact on the 4 ball, so it's not a ball in hand. But because he did not call the 10 ball into the pocket, the 10 ball is spotted, and the non-shooting player can either shoot or tell the person who made that shot to play. Obviously, he's going to take the shot because the 4 ball is wide open.
So again, we're getting acquainted with the rules and trying to have you educated as to the game of 10 ball. Something that I know that we're not too accustomed to. Most persons who grow up playing pool, they grow up with the 8 ball, and so this event is really a good educator for many of us in the way that we operate the 10 ball here in Grenada. So really, I'm happy to be sitting here by you. I think I've gotten so much insight that maybe I may just decide to come out and see what happens for myself, because I played a little bit of pool before, 8 ball. So maybe just that knowledge, I may just decide to join you guys with the 10 ball.
Well, the rules of 10 ball is pretty simplistic. Other than the push shot, it's dead simple. Always hit or make contact with the lowest numbered ball on the table. So based on, if you look at the current game in progress right now, the 5 ball, he has a 5 ball shot on the half. Actually, no, he's on the 6 ball. The other ball I'm looking at is the 7 ball. And that's one of the reasons why in the Pro Series they change the colors of the ball. Because from here it's difficult to tell. He obviously called a 6-10 combination. And he shot that with some fury and he made it. And that's one of the reasons why we haven't, these balls we're playing with are Aramith balls. The colors are, as you see them currently, and what you're used to. The mistake I just made, looking at that 7 ball, it looked like the 5 ball. So even when I go to Vegas next year to play, the colors of the balls are different. So sometimes I forget and I tend to have to look at the ball to see the writing on it, to see what number it is, because they have changed the colors of the ball.
Okay.
So it's easier for the commentators and announcers to not make the mistake I just make, where I mistake the 7 ball for the 5 ball, when actually the player was on the 6 ball playing a 6-10 combo into the half pocket.
Yeah, really good insight. So we're seeing the score as 4-2. Dwight is in the lead.
In pool language, we don't say he's in the lead. In a race to 5, where he's on 4,
up the hill.
He's on the hill.
He's on the hill. I think
yes,
I got
exactly.
that. He's on the hill.
So if the 2 players are 4 alls, then what you say is a hill match. So you know whoever wins. So right now, Dwight's on the hill and Beast has some work to do to try to catch him.
So the situation of the game is that Beast has quite a bit to do. Dwight is already on the hill and staring victory. So Beast, after the break, wants to make sure that he gets himself back into this contest. So has made contact with the 1, so it's not necessarily a foul shot. He has played the combination. Now he has a free opportunity at the 1 ball which he pockets. And I think he's clearly in line for the 2. All right, so we are going to continue, just chatting with some of the players. So we see Beast making a really outstanding shot there. 4 ball in the corner pocket. Now has to deal with the 5, which I'm suspecting that he may go to the right corner pocket. As I welcome one of the players, another one of our players here at the Twilight bar. So look at the shot from overhead. Cuts well, Beast, and maybe just getting a nice little angle on the 6 as I welcome Jester to the microphone. Jester, what's your thought on what Beast has just done?
Yeah, well, I think he has a good angle. But the angle to get the 7 is going to be difficult, because once he caught that day, he would end up more or less behind the 9, based on the angle he has. So let's just see.
So he may just need to play it a bit harder. Maybe double reel and get back.
Double reel won't even get him back there. So we're double reel. Well, I know he tried exactly what you were saying, because what you were saying is maybe double the best chance he had.
Yeah.
Because if he plays it soft, he would end up behind the 9. or scratch on the middle pocket, the center pocket. So that means that Dwight have a good chance now to really capitalize on that. I think he might just hit the 7 in the corner pocket there, and then hit the 9 straight up, like up my side here.
Looking at it, I was just saying, looking at the position of the cue, he
Well,
intends to reverse. May have reversed
he didn't
maybe
really
a little
have to.
harder than he wanted
Well,
to.
yeah.
So just looking to assert his position, what he's going to do next. Calls the 9 in the corner pocket.
Yeah, and he may try to get the 10 back by his hand. Wow, that didn't work out.
Again, working out well for him. I think they has created a really tough shot there for Beast. So,
Well, it's not that tough, because what Beast could actually do is to pinch the 9, run back by his left hand there, and cause the 9 to go down behind the 10.
Behind the 10. Play more or less a safety. Try to get the cue ball further away from the groupings.
The actual shot.
And as we were saying, once he makes contact with that 9 and get the cue ball down this way, then
He could actually do it 2 ways. He could hit the 9, run down the rail behind the 10, and cause the 9 to be the 10 to be between the 9 and the cue ball. Sorry, that's what he's going to do, I think. Oh, see what I'm telling you? That's what I'm saying. So that's actually what.
Yeah, well, being a player, I think you understand the thinking while you're on the board.
Yeah.
And so really, as you called it, that's the
Yes, that's
choice
exactly
that he
what
made.
he tried. He didn't really get it that good, bro.
And as I mentioned last week, in conversation with Beast, the control of the cue ball is really, really very important in this format of the 10 ball.
Wow, see that? It's a bad miss, but
So Beast with an opportunity to get himself back in.
yeah.
Dwight is already on the hill.
Because that shot is not a difficult one, really, but sometimes the little nerve kind of thing added to the shot.
Yeah, situations like this can present a bit of pressure, but he deals with the pressure pretty well
That was well played.
and gets himself into a really good position. Pretty easy shot there to the corner pocket. Wants to make sure he doesn't rush.
Well, guys, thanks for the opportunity to be here and say a few words. But I have a game in a minute, and that's with the man himself, Lawrence Noel.
So before you go, how has the day progressed for you so far?
Well, it was really good, The only bad patch I had, because actually the first game I played was with Harry. I had him 2 up, and then he came back and gave me 5 straight. And then I played Melvin. I gave him 5 straight. So, I mean, it's not the worst day for shopping.
Well, congratulations to you, and we hope that your next game you will be successful.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, as you continue to jostle for positions, because we know it's rankings.
Yeah.
So you want to finish somewhere at the top at the end of the preliminary round.
Well, for me, so it doesn't matter, because I mean, I've been there, done that. So.
All right. Well, it's been good talking to you, Jester, and
a pleasure.
we'll look at you as you go along.
Okay, then. Thank you.
So it's 4 games to 3. Dwight is on the hill. Beast looking to come back and maybe get himself on the hill also, so that we can have a square off in the final game. Or this could be the final game. Let's see how they go about. table pretty open. Quite a few shots available. So Beast will want to use this opportunity to make sure that he gets himself on the hill. So just thinking about the next shot. So he looks to go around, maybe hit the rail and come back. So it's a pretty difficult shot, but may choose to just. And he went for the combo to try and even that game. 3-10 combo. Not really working out, but rightly for him, he has a safety. So we have a ball in hand. And Beast may just decide to try 3-10. And that will be carom or combo.
Not actually a
Combination shot.
Threw the cue ball onto the 3 ball and then tried to use the cue ball to pot the 10 ball. It's a carom shot. What he did this time is a combination shot where he played 3 into 10. You don't have to play the incidental kisses or whatever else have you. You just have to name the ball that's being potted. In this case, 10 ball, or let's say 10 ball straight. He doesn't even have to say 3 into 10. It's obvious that he has to hit the 3 ball first.
Right, really. So I think he will be happy to get himself on the hill. And as I just said a while ago, both players being on the hill, it's a straight shot as to who wins will take this match.
And that's the thing about 10 ball. The incoming player always has the advantage, obviously, because he's at the table. What can transpire here? He can legally break the balls, because one of the things that I did not mention early on is that on the break you must hit the 1 ball first. Hence the reason why the 1 is at the front of the pack. He can actually make a ball on the break and be left with a very simple combination, and the game is over in 2 shots. He can't win on the break. If he makes it 10 on the break, he comes back up. But he can make a ball and the 10 ball sits in front of the pocket. Next shot, play a combination, game over. And as a beauty, I wouldn't say to most people, some people don't like it, but that's just how the game is. So let's see what transpires. Good break with a lot of spin. He made it 9 and the 1. Where is the 2 ball going? He can touch the 2 ball, but he can't pocket it unless he plays a bank shot, which I know he's going to play. So more than likely, he'll either play a push or he will attempt to touch the 2 ball based on if he can see the right side of the 2 ball. I can't tell from this angle if he could actually pass the cue between a 6 and a 7, but if he can, he'll probably try to feather that ball and hide the 2 ball behind the other ball. No, he's not going to call it. He's going to go for a hit, actually, and hopefully stay hidden behind the 6. He's not going to play it hard. And he almost got away with it. He may have a touch on it around the 10 ball. And Dwight, being what I call a grasshopper, he can decide to go airborne and jump over the 10 ball. The danger of that is because of the close proximity of the rail, if he attempts to jump that 10 ball, he could also jump off the table. So he has to weigh up his options here. It's an easy jump, but because the 2 ball, the object ball is so close to the rail that based on how he jumps, the cue ball could fly off the table. And that would be a ball in hand foul to Beast. So let's see what he opts to do here.
Well, looking at your play last weekend, a case like this, I know you, with your ball control, you may just look to maybe play a safety, get the cue ball somewhere in a position where he has a pretty difficult shot.
If I can see an overhead shot of this, I'd be able to see what his options are better. But looking at it from this angle, it's hard to tell. Okay, he's totally snookered. So he cannot touch the right-hand edge of the 2 ball where he's seen the number 2. So his options are to kick or go airborne. So he decided to jump. Let's see what happens. So he jumped quite well. The only problem is, obviously, and I'm betting a lot of money on this, he did not call that 3 ball back on the half. And that's one thing with the jump shots. Look at the options and call a shot. You never know.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily luck and chance, but based on how he hit it, you could call the 3 ball back on the half or whatever the ball had fell. Because right now, Beast has an open table with 3 in the middle of the table, and he has a clear straight shot 2 ball up at the bottom right hand corner pocket. But with an elevated cue, he's probably trying to snooker him behind the 10. Let's see what he does. Because if he goes to shoot the ball straight up, based on the angle of the 2, the cut shot he has, he's going to make the cue ball is going to make contact with the 10 and keep him down at the bottom of the table. And that's what he's contemplating now. So he might opt to miss the shot and stick the cue ball in a killer safety behind the 10. He can't hear me, so I can speak loudly.
Yeah, definitely you want to not rush the game too much, and so if you have that available, I think definitely it's something that he may decide to use.
He's going for the shot. The fact that he's playing tops means he's trying to run forward. Let's see what he does. Oh, he's back to thinking about it again. But this shot is a do or die shot, especially in the case of a heel match. You miss, you probably lose the game. Oh, what an awful foul that was. What a terrible novice mistake that was. And what he was doing here, he was bridging, his bridging hand was on the table. And because he was making long strokes, he made the error of touching that 2 ball.
Well, it seems to still have Jester in a quandary, and so it may just have worked out for him.
Well, Dwight is thinking about it. He has ball in hand. It's difficult for him to play a carom shot here now. He's thinking about it, or he can go for a killer safety. If I have an overhead shot, I could see what he's thinking. Okay, he can pot the 2 ball and see what he's looking at. He's thinking of coming 1 rail onto the middle left rail to get position onto the 3 ball. He changed his mind. What he did was he went for the safety and he missed. And so he left Beast with an open shot. I'm not exactly sure what his intent was here, but he had a lot of other options which were much more effective and simpler than what he just did. Beast may be able to make this in the lower left pocket. Body language would say a lot. So let's see what he opts to do. Oh, he's scratching his head, hand on the waist.
Yeah, really thinking, looking to see where he goes from here. Again, as he positions himself, I think you will get an idea as to what he's thinking even better.
Can we have an overhead shot to see exactly what it looks like? Yes, he could cut the ball. He has to be careful. What he's looking at, he has to be careful of the scratch back on the opposite half. And again, he has to be thinking position on the 3 ball relative to the 4. He's going to play that with some high left spin to come up on the top rail. Oh, played an inside spin. Ooh, did he tie up the 5 ball? Not sure. Personally, I would have opened that angle, but he decided to close the angle. Because you can use spin, either left or right, inside or outside spin, to change how the ball behaves when it comes off the rail. Now he's just going to try to stun the ball to the lower right side of the table to get that easy shot on the 4. Well executed. His position here is perfect. A lot of people tend to make the mistake that they prefer to leave themselves with straight shot. When you have a straight shot, the only thing you can do is go forward or backward. How he is right now, he can use spin or power to get anywhere on the table. With that angle, the natural flow of the ball is to cut the 4 ball and just go back down table to get easy position on the 5. I don't know if the 5 goes past the 8. Can't tell from this angle. But it kind of seems so. It's still hard to tell. Let's see what he does. playing with the left spin to change the angle to pull the ball back towards the 5. Now he has the option to cut it if he can make it, if he can see it, and then get natural position on the 6 in relation to the 8. If he can't see it, he could just play a stop shot and just lock the ball behind the 8.
A lot of thoughts
Again,
goes into it.
Body language says everything here.
Well, and that tells
so let's
you.
see what he does.
That tells you the mind, how sharp Larry's mind is in terms of what happens, and a well-executed shot there.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, he left himself with a little difficulty on the 6.
It's not too hard, and based on the 8-10, again, they can't hear us, so he could possibly play to avoid hitting the 10 or the 8 and play an 8-10 combo. Or you could play a low left spin shot and come around behind the 2 balls and come on the lower left rail so you can shoot the 8 into the same pocket where the 6 was. And again, he still has the option for safety. In a case like this, I would not want to be given the shot back. Personally, I would spin, play to cut the ball, and try to give myself the shot on the 8 in the same pocket. Let's see what he does. Or you could even play to break up the 2 balls, which is dangerous. Because unless you're deadly accurate, you don't know exactly where those balls are going to go.
Yeah. And that's the danger that he faces now. They're both on the hill. So you want to make sure that whatever you execute is giving you the option of completing this game.
This is very exciting for us. We not having to play these shots, isn't it?
Definitely.
He's going for the breakup, it seems. Yep. And he got it almost perfect. Yep.
Yeah, that was a really outstanding shot.
You could tell by the spin he was putting on the ball what his intent was.
Yeah, really.
Breaking up balls are always dangerous because it's difficult in many cases to know exactly where the ball is going. Now he can just play this. He should not try to hold it. Just pot the 8 and stay in the center of the table. And he made it, and that's it. Just like that.
Really
you
good.
don't have to try to hold the ball or nothing. Just make the shot. Pot the 10 ball now with tops, or just stop it. You can see that evil little smile on his face, knowing that he has won the game. Yep. And there it is.
Yeah, really good.
Yep.
Good comeback there by Beast.
And there you have it. Beast, defeating Dwight in a hill match, which was a nail biter. Beast being victorious over Dwight 5-4.
A really good comeback. I think looking at the game at 4-2, you may have counted him out.
Yep.
But he was able to come back and rally back and take this game. So really, this is the interesting thing about the 10 ball. You can be in a position and the other player just rallies right back at you.
Same thing happened to me last week against Peter. I had him exactly the same way, 4-2. And he came back and beat me 5-4. So I'll take my leave of absence now as I'm going to play a match now against Harry.
All right, it
So
was
see
good
guys
having
later.
you. So that was... So we are going to be seeing another match. Getting ready to start. I think this one will be Harry versus Larry. As we So it's going to be a pretty interesting match. And so two players who show really good control over their cue ball. So they're just looking for positioning, looking to see who will have the first break. So it's a pretty interesting matchup. I think Harry, we've seen, has really good control. Larry has equally good control over his shots, and so you're definitely up for a really nice matchup. So we want to give you an update while the players get themselves ready. In the match that was just concluded, we saw a beast coming from behind to win a really brilliant game. I think he was 4-2 down, and he really came back at Dwight. Dwight just needing, he was on the hill for quite a while, but he was left on the hill, and Beast taking victory in this one. We also had Jester going down to Harry. Jester being up 2 games, and Harry came roaring back with some 4 games straight. 5 games straight. Yeah, 5 games straight, Harry, to win that match. So Harry, number 12, has defeated a Jester who is ranked number 5 after last week's rankings. So this week we still continue the rankings. It is still preliminary rounds. These guys are going until we come to the final weekend, where the rankings will determine who plays who in the finals. And it's, as we heard from Larry, the finals will be a straight knockout. So you have to win to continue. And so it's going to be very, very interesting. Come the 24th of January at the Lavo Lanes. So Larry with the break. Pretty even break. All the 10 ball still on board. So I think it's a game, as we said, of 2 very patient 10 ball players. May not necessarily look to be too aggressive, as we see Harry coming up there with pretty cheeky shot. And Harry going for the shot there, but more importantly, he left the cue ball way down at the rail, and so Harry not having a direct shot. And as much as possible, when you have so many balls on bowl, it is still much easier to really hide the cue ball. And so Harry has to really think about what shot he wants to make. He has to keep in mind that if he fouls too many times, 3 times I think it is, the game will belong to Larry. And so it's a relatively good safety. Still an angle, a little bit of an angle. The balls are not touching. But there we see the quality of Larry, just looking to touch the 1 ball and hide the cue behind the 2. And so Harry will not want to foul and really get into a position where, you know, he can lose because of fouls. So he wants to make sure that he gets to the ball, touches the ball at least. That's the one ball we're talking about, and does so really well. Importantly, hides the cue ball, keeps it up at the top rail. So it's a good, interesting start to this game. I think if it started so tough, then we just may see this continuing throughout these matches. So I will. Now, if that shot is that, if that was the shot that was called, and so Larry taking a really brilliant shot there to just close off this game. Really, I don't think anyone looked at that combo. Larry has a really good eye. You know, he seems to have surveyed the board well. And so that shot was clearly something that none of us may have really looked at, to go one up on Harry. So it's Larry 1. And Harry yet to get off the board. But a really outstanding shot there by Larry to go one up. I can tell you this matchup is a really, really interesting matchup. You have to keep your eyes on peeled on these two guys, because they play really, really good, smart 10-ball pool. So just to remind you that you're looking at the Grenada Premier League pool tournament, and this is our second weekend. And last weekend we came to you from the Quasi Sports Bar. This weekend we are in the big parish, Grenville, and we are bringing you the action live from the Twilight Sports Bar. Really some good, interesting matchups have taken place already. And we are in the process of seeing a really good matchup here. And, simultaneously at this very said time, at the Goldfish Sports Bar, we also have the GPL taking place. So it's going to be interesting what's happening down there. Maybe in a little while we can get some updates. We can keep you informed as to what is happening at the Goldfish Bar. But here at the Twilight Bar, trust me, it's really a good competition. We just saw the beast, and I have him here with me, and so I'm going to introduce him to you in a while. But we've just seen him come back from a 4-2 down, and really pulling off a really brilliant game. In the meantime, this is Harry versus Larry. That was Harry with the break. So as I welcome Beast, good to have you, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you, man.
You came roaring back there as the Beast would do. To take that one, being on the hill. I mean, it could have gone anyway, but you did what you had to do.
Yeah, I had to do what I had to do. I had something to prove to myself, knowing that I had a bad weekend last week, Saturday, but I'm back here. I had a shaky start. I mean, Dwight is a amazing player. I cannot take him for granted. Yeah, and he capitalized well, but he made a couple mistakes which made me come back in the game, and that's where I capitalized to come back up on top. But fighting from 4-2 down with an opponent on the hill, knowing his capabilities, it wasn't easy. it was on serious pressure.
I can tell there was some pressure. I saw you clearly having an opportunity to win one of the matches with the 10 ball
Yeah.
pretty widely open.
Yeah,
And I think the nerves maybe not really calculating as you should. You had that miss. But
You remember I told you last week that when you feel a little bit rush, you should get up. I was in two minds. Just get up, stand up over, and watch over the shot and play it. But I decided to stay down, and that's one of my downfalls. Anytime I decide to stay down, it tends to backfire on me.
yeah, well, definitely you want to make sure that you clear the head.
Mm-hmm.
You want to, really get that focus on, as Larry just hinted to us, you want to focus not just on the next shot, but maybe about 2-3 shots ahead,
Yeah.
so that you know clearly in your mind, what you want to do. As we look at Harry, he may just decide to go for the combo, the 3-10 combo.
I feel he's going on a half for the 3 ball. Wow, he tried it.
Yeah, really. You look at the position there, and it said that he had that combination in mind. Execution wasn't there. Let's see if Larry will capitalize on this.
He should come around the table for the 5.
So again, good positioning. You can get the 5 definitely in the half. Maybe look to move the 7 ball, maybe just to a bit more central of the board. Does have quite a few options.
Oh, a very unfortunate miss. But this is going to be a very tight shot for Harry. When the balls are close together, it's very difficult to play.
Again, not really seen Harry. What he has. I'm not seeing him looking to make the shot. Okay, so he's calling the.
Probably you'll push the 5 ball just the center of the table. Or is he actually going for the shot?
Yeah, that was a pretty aggressive move there by Harry. And so he has left himself pretty wide open.
I would say too aggressive. Knowing Larry's capabilities, Harry should have just gone for the safety right there.
So Larry with the opportunity to go 2 up. Has the 7, the 8 and the 10 remaining on board. Just want to move down, follow. Okay, so he decides to stop and use the angle. And so he may just decide to reverse the ball off the rail and get maybe just a little center or closer to the 10.
He's look like he's going around the table. Lovely. Well executed shot, Larry.
So Larry looking to take that advantage. Don't expect him to miss that one. So he's 2 up, and Harry has a job to do. Harry has shown that he's capable. He came from 2 down to win 5 straight earlier, but he's playing a player with a different thinking.
As he say, he's a pro player on the island. He went to Vegas a couple of times. He did well over there as well. But you want to know what amazed me? Larry has never beaten Harry in a major tournament. So I wouldn't just count Harry. I wouldn't count Harry out of this one. He has the capabilities to come back.
Well, we've seen it on display already for the day. Came roaring back from 2-0 down to win 5 straight. And so definitely Larry, I know, will not take him for granted. You look at his his disposition right there, and you can tell he's relaxed. He's focused.
Yeah, he's pretty comfortable.
And he's
smiling.
comfortable.
He's having fun today.
So just give you a bit of an update on the games. So as I said, we have the matchups also taking place at the Goldfish Slots and Bar, and there you will have the likes of Alex, Jumar, Silk, Chad, Lakati, Ali, and Peter. These guys are down at the Goldfish, and they're taking part in the GPL down there, looking to just get their position in, their seed number more or less. So as soon as we can get some details as to what's happening there, we will give you an update. For now, the action continues. Two very interesting weeks. Last week we started, and can tell you it was really a week of good comeback, and players really putting on display their patience and their willingness to just use the cue ball. So you see a break by Larry. Larry versus Harry. Very interesting match on hand. Pretty open board. Harry with a really good opportunity to come back into this one. I think the balls are pretty clear. And will be looking to use the angle there, Harry. Get that pod the tree. Really come off the rail and get a good position on the 4. Definitely doing well, looking to create that angle again. So he may just decide to just get the 5 in and maybe look to stay just around the 7 region. Maybe a little too hard, but good position. 6 is available. He can choose to reverse and stay over the 7, or he can use the rail and come back around. The 9 just may be in his way slightly. Let's see what he does. I think he's going to just reverse slightly and look to drift. Well executed. Well executed shot. He has a nice angle for the 7. And can still get back around over the 8. Maybe have the option of the 8 in the half or corner. Let's see how he goes. Wants to execute. He wants to get back into this game. Exactly as I called it. And so he's nice clear shot at the 8. Wants to make this and position himself just center the board to make sure that he gets that 9. And then from there, I think it's all over once he gets this one. That's Harry there, just looking to showcase the skill. This would be a really, really good finish once he makes this. And he is down, and he shows you that he can come back, you know, from being down. Looking to make the shot, and really came roaring back in this game, not giving any opportunities to Larry to come back in this one. So really a good win there for in that game for Harry. So the score now, Larry 2, Harry 1. Just remind you, it's a race to 5, the first to 5. We just saw a very interesting race to 5 where the Beast came back roaring from 4-2 down to being hill and then taking a really good victory. I am joined by, so we have Melvin with us, and we're gonna just continue to speak to these guys, you know, get some insight into, you know, what's happening with them. Melvin, you don't seem to be having too much of a good day today.
Not really.
I'm holding a result card in my hand that says you've just lost a game to Jester.
Yeah.
Jester, after losing to Harry, has, you know, really come back pretty well. It's unfortunate that you have to be the victim of that. But how has the tournament progressed for you so far?
Well, I mean, from last week it was good. Today it didn't start off that well, but I come back good against Larry. Unfortunately, you win 5-3. But with Jester, it was unfortunate. I mean, the score tells different than how the games actually go. If you watch the game, you might see something different. But I mean, I can't fault it. That's how it goes, because sometimes it happens just the same for me. I might say luck was on his side, but it happened to everybody. Sometimes you do, and it don't matter what you do wrong thing and you still end up on the right hand. It just happens like that sometimes.
All right. Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles in this 10 ball. We've seen, you know, guys have open shots and they've missed. You know, you have opportunities where the combo puts you out of a game. You know, so there's a lot that has to go into in terms of your thought patterns. But let's hope that you can bounce back. You have one more game remaining today.
Yeah, I will bounce back. Even if it's not today, but next week there as well. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking here to see where you're located on the table.
Oh, right on the top.
So from last week you were way ahead.
Yeah.
You won all your games last week.
So maybe after today I might be probably somewhere in the center, and hopefully rise back up to the top on the 3rd week.
Well, you need to get yourself up there, because the top, I mean, as I've seen in this 10 ball competition this year, no one can really see, you know, that you're on top. The way the games go, you know, one mistake can really push you out.
Exactly.
So we're still looking at the matchup, Harry versus Larry. Harry with a pretty clear board, has some pretty open shots. He's in good position for the 4. Can use the rail and get himself back up towards the 5. 6 is not too far away from the 5, so not anything that is too difficult so far for Harry. And he's 2-1, so he wants to get himself back into this game as quick as possible. You don't want to let Larry get too ahead, because we know the quality of Larry. but Harry's proving that he has similar qualities.
Nice shot.
A really good cut shot there and getting a nice position on the 6. May just look to get himself around. Maybe look to disturb the 9-8-9 combo, or maybe use the 8-9 combo. Yeah, may just decide to use the 2 rail and come back around. Double rail back. Displace the 9 and the 8. See how he goes around and
Perfect.
so Harry really just looking to make sure.
Well played, boy.
Really good combo there. So Harry looking to maybe go straight down the rail to the corner pocket and keep the cue ball just at the center right there.
Oh.
Fortunately, it has not worked for him. So he leaves Larry with quite a few options. Really, too many options open to Larry.
Yeah, kind of tight.
He can stick, he can reverse, and come back slightly. Oh, he can also use this option. So Harry there not really committing a sin there by not making that shot. Needed to make that shot. But as we've seen from him, he's not out. I think he knows how to come back as Larry goes 1 up again. So it's 3-1 in favor of Larry. So Melvin, you had a pretty decent run last week. You got privy to quite a few of the competitors. This week you're playing another group of competitors. In terms of your play, who would you say is your toughest opponent so far? Larry.
Noel. Because you have 2 Larrys.
Okay.
But he always my toughest competitor. So then, everybody know he's a much better player than me. So then he motivates me to play him. And then when I beat him, actually when he beat me or I beat him, we'll just give one another attack. Yeah.
Yeah, so he does, as you say, he motivates you to want to play better.
Exactly.
Right. I'm assuming that you would give credit to him in terms of a lot of what you've learned.
Yeah.
Okay. And so it means that going forward, once you get to play him, I think your level of thinking and reasoning seems to be at the highest peak.
Yeah, consider.
All right, wonderful. So definitely I want to back you. I think you've shown that you have the quality, and as we say, we don't know where it will all go, but come the 24th of January at the Lavo Lanes, that's when it will all matter.
Exactly.
So for now, the preliminary rounds, it may not really matter much.
It matters a bit, It give you like if you top it, it then tends to play somebody lower down the table. Although everybody could hold the ends, but then 99% of the time, the better players always be up.
Okay, so you definitely will prefer to be at the top of the table.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
At least close to the top, if not the top.
Okay, great. So there you have it. We're speaking with Melvin as we're looking at the Larry matchup. It's the race to 5. Larry, the pro, as we call him, he's up. So definitely Harry wants to come back in this game. But so far, Larry just making some really good shots. Just maybe looking to reverse the cue slightly. Remain just around this. Beautiful, well done. Has a decent angle on the 4. Will want to get a good position on the 6. So he has the 5 ball on board, rather. 5 ball corner pocket. Well played, and will remain just past the center. A pretty decent cut shot to 6 on the half. He just decide to go around, as I was just about to say, go around and come back. So he used the rail, get himself back over the 7. Look at his positioning of the cue stick. It means that he's going to pull back off the rail and come back up for the 8. Certainly wants to make this one. It's worked out well for him in the end. Still hasn't left Harry with a open shot. He may just decide to use the band shot. May just decide to use the band shot, or he may try to use a safety. Well done to Harry. That's a brilliant shot. In this context, I think it's a big shot. And now has a clear view of the 9. Wants to be clear in his mind now what he's going to do. We'll just look to play nice and easy.
Well played, boy.
I think he's done pretty well. He's just looking to get the 10 into the corner pocket, which he does. And that's Harry coming back. So the game 3-2, still in favor of Larry, but a good comeback from Harry. You already played Harry for the day.
No,
you haven't
Larry.
played him as yet. You played Larry.
Yeah, to play Harry
Okay,
after.
you played Harry. Okay, so you looking at the fact that you've played Larry, you haven't played Harry as yet. Looking at the quality of these two guys, how do you mentally prepare,
Well,
knowing that these guys have that sort of quality?
Well, I'm prepared already because I'm used to playing them. It's not like the first time or anything. Actually, I'm accustomed with them, accustomed beating both of them.
All right, so definitely the fact that you have wins over them, that you have that confidence, you know that you can. So it's just a matter of you planning your game and executing.
Exactly.
Beautiful, and that's what it's. I think this is what we've seen coming out from the 10-ball tournament so far. Execution in the games is really the important thing. It's not whether who could play better, but it's how you execute. So, as I said last week, I think we looking at the play, and once the players can get more accurate in terms of the shots, then definitely I think we are well on our way to maybe dethroning some of the top players around the region, man.
Yeah.
And I know that from talking to the Beast, there are tournaments in places like Barbados and these places. So, you never know if we can really take this to the level that it needs to be. Then we may just be seeing you traveling out quite regularly to play in some 10-ball pool.
But yeah, it's a possibility.
Yeah, so we're chatting with Melvin. Melvin, not having the best of day today, but we still know and understand that nobody's out, because this is still preliminary round. They're just jostling for positions, the top position, and the players want to make sure that they're ranked in a way that come the 24th of January at the Lavo Lanes, where it's a straight knockout. The one playing 16 and two playing 15, and we going all the way down the road, straight knockout. So you have no comeback. It's just a matter of win to stay in, and that's the final. So we're here at the Twilight Bar, and we're bringing you the action. Partygrenada, Naz and Colin, they're here, and Wayne is here taking in the action. I mean, I think he must be satisfied with what he's seen so far, and I mean, you viewers at home, you should be satisfied with what you've seen. This is the first time that something like this is done in terms of the 10-ball pool competition, where we have live broadcasts and we can keep you up to date as to what is happening. And so, I mean, it's really something to me that is exciting. You must be feeling well, Melvin.
Yeah, man.
Definitely. And, I mean, you can sit maybe a day or two from now and look back at the games you've played. You can go to the YouTube channel,
Exactly.
look back at your games, see what So it's really good to see that we can bring this
Exactly.
to Grenada like this.
Yeah, it's always it's a up way from here. I mean, it's a great bit what Mr. Wayne and the team is doing. Taking pool from here in Grenada and bringing it out to the viewer, just like how we see it normally, and the bigger stage like from America to when we watching it in our living room. It's the same way. I think that also will motivate us to take our game serious, and play better.
Yeah, definitely you have a big motivator there.
Yeah.
And I think having the likes of Larry Noel, playing among you guys, I mean, you must feel, happy, especially when you play him and you can beat him.
Yeah.
Because he's considered the #1 player here in Grenada. And so one of the things that I always encourage, and I say to people, you want to always learn. And so I think Larry definitely has, maybe shown many of the players what it takes to be at that level.
Yeah, when you play people like Larry, who is better than you, they help you to think actually in a game than if you're playing lesser persons. So then that in a sense motivates you. You know that you can't really mess up, because if you mess up one slight chance if you give him, he could finish. Just as well, based on how he playing, based on how the opponent is playing as well. If he mess up, he will finish.
So a pretty keen matchup on hand. Larry versus Harry. The game is at 3-2 in favor of Larry. And what I've seen from looking at the games last weekend is that this is a game where you can be very patient. You can use different strategies to really throw your opponent off and hope that he's not as focused. And so I often say to guys, it's more or less a chess match.
Yeah, basically it depends on the way the game is going. If you see the game clear cut, it could be speedy and you try to run through it. But then if it's not clear cut, like some balls tie up and you have to walk too much for position, you can always go safe. In that, as safe as well, playing safe, you have a thing that we use which is called 3 falls. So if a player give you 3 ball in hand consecutive, that is like loss of game. So it's not always about packeting all your balls. It's also about using strategy. So as I say, like in that position where Harry is there now, he could look to go straight. Because the game is actually like open. You just need to make the shot like what he did. Beautiful on the floor. Yeah. So it depends on how the game is. Then you just have to watch it, observe, and you execute. You know if to just go for the kill, as people say, or take your time and wait until the opponent make a mistake.
In this instance, Harry, with the game pretty much open, will want to go for the kill. Really don't want to try to hide anything. You want to take all the open shots. 6 ball in the half pocket and
Great shot.
makes a really good shot there. Seems to be using the option of cutting that ball. Again, well executed. And I've looked at Harry's percentage in terms of errors, and he has played really well so far, despite he's down 1 game. You know, when he gets the opportunity to try to go straight, I think this is the point where he really wants to focus in, be clear, because he has already opened up the game, and so you do not want to miss from it.
No. Oh no, shit. That's unfortunate.
And that's what we're saying. You do not want to reach into a position like this. I mean, this is committing, the highest level of atrocity you can create. I mean, you in a matchup like this. And so Harry moves down again. Clearly he had the opportunity to bring the scores level, but as we keep saying,
if he didn't touch the 10 ball, he would not have scratched. So that was kind of unlucky.
Yeah, I think definitely if he didn't touch the 10, you know, he had a clutch shot at it, but unfortunately he touched the 10, and that brought his downfall. So now Larry is on the hill and steering victory. Harry being 2 down, will want to maybe come back. We saw the Beast being in similar position earlier and was able to rally back. And I think this will test their mental capacity, how they handle the pressure. And so as pool players, you have a lot of pressure that you have to deal with.
Yeah, it depends on how the game going, as I say, yeah. But I think if Harry had won this game, the pressure would have been back on Larry as well. Similar to when me and Larry was playing, Larry had me 3-0 and we come back 3 hours. So the game is not really over until it's over, we could say. Because I see people come back from 4-1 to win 5-4.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the race to 5. You know, many times we think about maybe 8-ball pool where the best are 3 or you know.
Depends.
And so sometimes it's good to have that opportunity to really get more games in.
Yeah, a longer race give you a better opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. And so you would say you enjoy the format of the 10 ball?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ten ball is basically a real smart game. You have to know how to do it. Unlike 8 ball, 8 ball is much more simple. Because in 8 ball you don't have no fallout, you don't have not much technicalities as the 10 ball. And 10 ball you have to call the shot. Unlike 9 ball you must call the shot. You could miss, like say you play 1 ball in that pocket, you miss it, you go to the next pocket and you could continue playing. But with the 10 ball now, if he call the one ball and he go in the wrong pocket. That give the opponent the choice, like to make him play again or the opponent will play.
So Harry using a safety there.
No, it's a push.
That's a push.
Yeah.
So he just pushes the ball towards the
So in that
rail.
context, if Larry don't like the shot, he could turn it over to Harry, but Harry cannot turn it back. Yeah, just as I said, yeah.
A really good
Yeah, that was wonderful.
Really, really good shot. You looked at it there and you wondered if he was going to make it, but he did. Has the option of the 2 ball. Chooses to use the band shot, which
Well done.
he executes very well. Has an open look at the tree. Tree ball into the half pocket, getting back. It's a good position for the 4. 4 ball, he will want to just maybe use the band, come back around over the 5 ball as he does now. Has a nice little angle there where he may just decide to move the 7 slightly away and have a pretty open shot at the 6. Can also choose to go in between the 10 and the 7, which he does.
Well done.
Which he does. So he's in between the 10 and the 7, has that shot at the 6 ball. Pushing across, coming back over. Really good shooting by Harry. Again, his control so far of the cue ball has been really good. Let's see what he does now.
Well played. Wonderful.
Gets up over the 8. He's going to get a clear shot at the 8 in the half pocket. Has a clear shot at the 9 once he makes the 8. And this is where you want to keep your nerve.
Well played.
Want to keep your nerve in these instances. Really important shot there, and he makes it. So has a clear shot at the 10, which I think everyone knows that
Well done. Well
quality
done.
as he can come back. And so a really, really good game there from Harry, taking the opportunity and just going straight home with it.
Exactly. It was a well executed game because the first instant he played the push shot, which Larry Noel give him back, and he just take it away from there. Make 2 wonderful band shot. Kick out, we call it in that instant because he hit the rail first with the cue ball, then contact the object ball and packet it. So that was well executed.
So Harry looking to come back. Larry is already on the hill and steering a victory. And Harry coming back in this one, not giving an opening to Larry. I think this is what he needs to do if he's going to get back into this. If he can pull a victory from defeat, definitely he has to ensure that he continues with this level of accuracy. So just to give you a quick update as to action down at the Goldfish Bar, we have Alex going down to Jumar 5 games to 2. Peter, he went down to Lakati 5-4. Lakati being the winner there. Alex, he defeated Chad 5-0. Silk, he won against Chad 5-1. Ali got the better of Shinty 5-2. And Jumar, he got the better of Shinty 5-2. So some action, just some updates on games played at the Goldfish Slots and Bar in the 2025 Grenada Premier League Pool Championship. And we are here at the Twilight Bar and we're just bringing you the action between Larry and Harry. So Larry with the opportunity to close out this game. Let's see what he does. Does he go for the shot or is he going to play safely? Setting up to make that shot. Not executed as he would like. What that has done is to present an opportunity for Harry to get onto the board. Harry will want to
Go for the combo.
maybe look at the combination, the 3-10 combo, and maybe get himself another victory to get himself on the hill.
Yeah.
Let's see if he makes it 3-10 combo. And he has not executed.
Look very close though.
It's a good attempt, and had he gotten that combination, he definitely was in that game. Will be 4-alls or hill as we say.
Yeah.
And nonetheless, he survives. Opportunity is still there. So a good miss there by Larry. Harry looking to get the 3-ball in the corner pocket. Has to avoid the 8. He does.
Nice shot.
Really doesn't have too much of a clear shot on the 4.
I think he'll play safe. That was good.
So has decided to play the safety. It's important that he touched the 4 ball.
Going for a 4-7 combo. Fall shot.
And so that was a fall shot there by Larry. Didn't touch the 4. And so Harry has the opportunity now. Has the 4 in sights. Looking to make this one and get himself to the 6. May just decide to cut the 6 into the corner pocket.
Okay.
Oh, the 5. Oh, my bad. Yeah, not. Good shot there by Harry. Really good positioning on the 6. He will just run the cue ball off the band and get over the 7.
Well played, well played.
I think a pretty open game for him there. He needs to be focused, needs to just, take this home.
Yeah.
good weighted shot. It's looking to reverse slightly.
Well played.
Yeah, reverse. As a clear shot at the 9 corner pocket. Once he executes there, clear shot at the 10, and really
opportunity to make it heel.
Opportunity for the heel. You must be impressed with what you've seen.
Yeah, exactly. That was wonderful.
So the scenario becomes heel. No, Harry has really rolled back from 4-2 to heel. Where will this one go? We have to definitely wait to see what happens from here.
Exactly. At heel is anyone game. I think we're going to see some nerves in that game based on how we set up. After the break, then we'll see what's going on. Because if it's a tight game, you will see some nerves. A lot of safety plays, sometimes it might be some mishap as well. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the players will want to keep their nerve, keep their head. They want to make sure that, the execution, and so far Harry has been executing really well. Taking every opportunity he gets, not really making, the unforced errors. And so definitely, I think we can say that, he is locked in, he's focused, and he knows what needs to be done.
Exactly.
So, heel. Where does this one go? Let's see. We're going to look at the break. And with the break, we have the scratch. Quite a few balls being down. So it makes for a very interesting game from here. We have quite a few balls down.
It's an unfortunate scratch, and it's like it's up to Harry now to take it away or give it back to Larry. It's a pretty open game. Based on how you look at it, you can see it's pretty open. You have the 2 ball, and then you get nice position onto the 4, looking for a position under the 6. So I think it's pretty straightforward there.
Definitely a bit straightforward. No one will want to make a mistake here.
Exactly.
I think anybody missed the die, that's the end of them. And so Harry will want to continue his flawless execution. And looking good so far.
So far, you just have to avoid the 9 ball and the 10 ball, and it's good.
Good control,
well
good
done.
control.
Yeah. I think at the moment he's on top of his game, if you understand.
I want to agree with you. He really looks on top of his game. Very focused. Has that confidence. See how he goes about it.
Yeah.
Again, executing well. And Harry has just won himself a game, coming from 4-2 down to defeat Larry 5 games to 4. This is a comeback. I think this is the second time that we've seen this type of comeback from the players here at the Twilight Bar.
That was wonderful.
Really big games happening here today. Really big games. I must congratulate Harry for his execution. I think he has really been on point. You cannot say that he has made much mistakes after the first two games being almost down and out. Coming back with, flawless execution on the last 4 games. That was awesome, and I have him here with me. He's here. We're giving him a chance to just, settle the nerves a little bit, compose himself, and he's going to talk to us. Coming up against Larry and being in that position 4-2 down. You can see that he was determined. You can see that, he was ready to execute. Harry, how do you feel? How do you feel? Hey, just bring us through that feeling right now.
First of all, I want to say it's nothing short of a feeling I haven't experienced, but there's a different feeling given the tournament. Now, the tournament on a whole is something first time we've partaken in as pool players, which raised the incentive of aiming to get better. So firstly, I want to shout out to the team, Wayne Green and his team, for coming up with something like this. You understand? I've been in pool for quite a long time, and it's a game I'm passionately moved by, right? So I've played Larry basically all my life, and he's an extremely knowledgeable player. He knows his game, so it's a deeper feeling to beat Larry in this of a tournament, so we're going to get back to the old talk as usual, because we have some mimic warfare to really deal with. I want to say give thanks to this whole movement here. It's really, 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 really amazing. And to everyone who is looking out there, we need supporters, we need sponsors to help this pool move forward, because truthfully there are some really, really talented players on the island, and over the years I've seen pool grown. You understand? Within the players, they have come up with their game. So I give thanks for this movement. Dal, I've known you for quite a long time in the sport, and it's a pleasure to sit next side you and give a report on this game.
Well, I was just going to say I remember the days when I used to school you in this.
Definitely.
As we're gonna take a view of the next game, the next matchup. We're gonna continue speaking with you, Harry, but we want to keep the viewers abreast of what is happening.
Okay, let's go.
But I really am impressed with the way that you have, just taken your game to this level. Looking at you having an opportunity, being down, and just coming back flawlessly, not once, not twice, but 3 times to win this matchup, man. This says a lot about your improvement over the years.
Definitely. Confidence. It's confidence. It's you reach a stage whereby you're good for it. Your game is up to that par, so it's just execution. And despite being down, you cannot make that shift your game or shift your mental. Just keep fighting.
Yeah, really well said there, as we're taking a look at Larry coming up against Melvin. Melvin, I think he spoke about this. Oh, Larry and Jester, my bad. So it's Jester on board. Larry and Jester, game 9. Yeah, game 9. It's Larry versus Jester. And so Larry, I know he will want to come back. You're 4-2 down, you're on the hill, and you would think that, man, once he makes a mistake, I have it. But Harry, no mistakes.
We know this too well.
No mistakes.
We know this too well, doll. I've been on the hill with player, not scoring a point, and they come back and beat me. You know, execute against me, you know, tremendously. So we know this too well. We know pool.
So Larry not taking any chances here now. I think he recognized what has happened, and so his mode right now seems to be, I'm going to execute everything flawlessly and come back from here.
He should, because the rivalry build up between our game was real intense on the group chats, you know. Personally, everyone is, you know, so it was really intense.
Yeah, really, this is what this tournament, the Grenada Premier League Pool Championship, brings to you. It brings to you that motivation, that willingness to come from, you know, the back and really
Definitely
execute flawlessly to win games.
Definitely.
You know, to take yourself out of the red, as we may say,
Definitely
into a winner's position. So, I mean, I could imagine you being there, trying to make sure that you keep your nerve, keep your focus.
Yeah,
you know, you don't want that stick to shift. You really want everything to be just set to make sure that you can execute.
Yeah, it's a lot. You have to combine a lot, you know. But the more experience you get, is the more these things lessen down, and you know. Well played by Larry. So Doll, it was a pleasure being here. I need to go have myself some refreshment. So to the viewers and everyone, give thanks for having me here and witnessing just another step to greatness of what is to come in Grenada.
Yeah, definitely another step to greatness. Harry, wish you all the best. I mean, I want to remind you, I mean, I've seen you really do something awesome here, but come the 24th, this is what you need to bring, and I hope you can prepare mentally to really bring that.
Yeah,
because it's do or die.
Yeah, I know. I love it. You understand? And it's not really about winning. It's just being a part of great movement. Yeah, I'm into that.
Well, good luck, Harry, and we'll continue to chat with you as the weeks progress.
All right, sir. Thank you.
I think that's it for you for today.
No, I have one more match.
One more. All right. So good luck. All the best. I think you're having a pretty good day today.
Come on.
I've seen a 5-0 pass, whipping. And now you've come back 5-4. So you have one more. Let's see how it goes.
I'm good. Give thanks, yeah?
All right. So there we are. It's the Grenada Premier League. So we're looking at game number 2 between Larry and Jester. Larry being one up in this game so far. I know he's pretty pumped. He will be very motivated here now after that defeat by Harry. So he will want to prove that he knows exactly how to come back, how to move from adversity and really win pool games. Going for the safety there and ensure that he touched the 3 ball. And just putting Jester under a bit of pressure there. Jester looking to come up with a decent shot. Executed well, but not really getting the cue ball into the position that he may have liked. Yet another opportunity added. So missing completely. It means that he has just fouled the board. It will be a ball in hand. It will be a ball in hand for Larry. So Larry, it's a decent shot there on the 2. It has the 5 in sights. And can get a really good position on the 6. Pretty open game for him here. Will want to make sure that he executes flawlessly to take a 2-0 lead. Let's see how he goes. Reverses nicely. 7 he will look to place the 7 in the corner pocket and just roll slightly to get a good position on the 8. Well played, well done. May have rolled slightly, just and that's the way he plays. He's always looking at what is next, and has really played a pretty good safety. Jester has pretty tough shots. So it's a foul shot there by Jester. Ball in hand to Larry. Larry will play this one and just look to get over the 9. Let's see how he goes. 9 ball, corner pocket. Goes around and gets into a pretty decent position where he can have the 10 into that same pocket and bring up his second victory. And so that's his second victory in the match. He takes a 2-0 lead, Larry, in this one, coming up against Jester. Jester having some mixed fortunes today. Went down to Harry earlier, and then having a 5-0 defeat of Melvin. So Jester has had some mixed fortunes and will want to, make sure that he competes well against Larry in this match. Just want to remind you of some of our sponsors. Say thank you to Smirnoff. Being one of the sponsors of the Grenada Premier League, SP's International Trading. They're on board, and so again, one of the sponsors who is making this stream possible, making the whole tournament possible, St. Remy. Me and St. Remy had our days last week, but something new, and I think we're getting things right. Stag, the man's bear. And so definitely, we want to say thank you to these sponsors for their part in the Grenada Premier League Pool Championships. So really well organized as we get back to our featured game. It's Larry, and he's coming up against Jester. Larry being 2 up on Jester. The score 2-0 in favor of Larry. So see the break from Jester. Larry not executing as he would like. has an opportunity now, Jester. Let's see what he does. Makes the one. Seem to be in a pretty tight spot. Let's see how he gets out of it. He's looking to get the 2 ball into the corner pocket. A really well executed shot there. Has the 3 ball inside, but will have to play well to avoid the 8 ball. Let's see how he goes. Well done there by Jester. Has a slight angle on the 4. See how he goes. A really valiant attempt. Has done well, but has just left a bit open board for Larry. Larry hits the 4. 5 ball clearly within the corner of the half pocket. Will want to just reverse the cue ball slightly. The idea was there, but the execution are really not what he wants. But the outcome is good for him. I think the 5 ball is in a position where it's going to pose quite a bit of challenge for Jester. Jester just looking for the safety, but not really working out as he expected. Let's see what happens as Larry has the 5 inside. 6 is right there. He's using the angle. Looking to come back up the board. Well executed. Bumps into the 7. Gonna use the band shot. 7 will come back towards his hand right there. Again, not executing as he wants. Larry does present a somewhat of a challenge to Jester. Jester gonna try to use the angle, get the 7 into the half pocket and maybe go around and come back. A good, well executed shot there, and outcome really good for Jester. Let's see where he goes. Opts to use the band shot. Maybe look to get the cue ball back up over the 9. Again, well executed band shot by Jester. Has a pretty technical shot there. Okay, choosing to go straight down the rail. Looking to go straight down the rail. And really that would have been a beautiful shot had he gotten to it, but instead he presents Melvin with the options. Larry is with the option. Larry has the option of the half pocket and just coming around to the 10. Execute and comes around. So Larry, once he gets the 10 into the pocket, he will take a 3-0 lead in this race to 5. And so it's 3-0 to Larry, really jumping out in front. And he will want to make sure that he closes off this one. You do not want to have any surprises. So definitely he will be confident that he can close off this one, Larry. So the action is really on here at the Twilight Sports Bar. As week number 2 in the Grenada Premier League 10-ball pool tournament. Really some exciting and very intriguing games being played so far in this tournament. Really impressive victories by some of the players here on show. It's Larry versus Jester. Jester yet to get on the board in this race to 5. It's gonna be Larry with the break, looking to get himself on the hill. Larry. Pretty open break. What is important though is that life is not too easy for Jester right now. Jester coming up with his first miss in this match. Let's see the intent of Larry. Is he intending to go all the way? Has the one inside, misses, and comes up with a scratch. Means that this is a ball in hand for Jester. Jester up thinking about the 1-4 combo. So it's going to be 1-4 combo for Jester. Executes well. Gets the 1 ball into a good position. The 2 is in the center of the board. And so he may opt to just come back slightly. Not really working. And making contact with the 6 ball there and just keeping the cue ball closer to the band than he would like. See how he gets out of it. Missing there, and so presents the opportunity for Larry. Maybe looking for a little safety there, Jester, but succeeded in bringing the 2 ball closer to the pocket, giving Larry an open shot. Let's see how he goes. Comes back up. Can go straight down the pocket. And that's the option that he uses. Has clear sights on the 5. Well done. And looking to get himself into a good position for the 6. Really open table here now. 6 is in. Has a pretty nice angle there, Larry, to get the 7 and slide across to the 9. You look at the position of the cue, you can tell that he's looking to move the 9 ball slightly, and he does that. And there he goes, cue to the bottom left. Cuts and reverses all the way back up over the 10 ball, and he's looking now at a pretty open shot, easy pocket for him. Goes one closer. He is now standing on the hill, Larry, with a 4-0 lead on Jester. Jester will definitely want to come back. And don't want to be in this position for too long. And so Larry looking to not make the mistake that he made a while ago. With Harry, I think he will want to just close off this game here now. It's ready. So we are here at the Twilight Sports Bar in Big Parish, bringing you some very interesting pool action in the Grenada Premier League pool tournament. And so far, I think for the day, you will agree that you've seen some really good, clinical, phenomenal pool playing from these players that are on show. As we see the break there by a Jester with a scratch. So it means that Larry has a ball in hand opportunity. And he will definitely want to use this opportunity and close off this game, not reminiscing on the previous game he had. I don't think he wants to take any chances. Beautiful, looks to get himself into a position. 2 ball into the corner pocket using the band. Pretty solid shot, not really executing as he wants, but more interestingly, the cue ball and its position still doesn't give a clear-cut shot to Jester. Jester may just decide to use the band. It has worked out well for him. Jester coming up with a...
You know, Jester is one of our veterans in pool. Yeah. Most people thought that he's out of it. Really and truly, he's not out of it.
Well, you can tell that he's not out of it. Yeah, I looked at some of the shots that he has played so far. Though he has lost the games, but he has made some really outstanding shots. So we see Larry.
And it's actually the student versus teacher right here, right now, you know. Yeah, Jester was the one who taught Larry the pool, well, the basics in the pool game. And even the skill level, both of them going to Las Vegas and so forth. So it's actually the student versus the teacher right now, and the student is getting the best of him.
Well, that's what happens when you're a good teacher. If the student cannot beat the teacher, then I think that the student has a lot to learn. So definitely, in an instance like this, the student should be getting the better of the teacher. If you're not getting the best of your teacher, then it means that you have a lot of learning to do.
You have a lot of learning to do. And that's a lovely safety.
And Larry just biding time, not looking to rush. Though he's on the hill, but he's not rushing through. He wants to make sure that he sets up this game in a manner that he doesn't have to work too hard.
And that's a foul shot.
Yeah, so it's a clear foul. The referee spotting it. So now Larry has
So witnessing with 37 bucks.
so that game has just ended. It's just ended.
No. So witnessing this pool session today, what do you think about it compared to last week in the Crazy?
Well, as you so that should be the conclusion of that game. The fact that there was a scratch.
Oh, so there was actually a foul out. Yeah.
So Larry closing off that game there, Jester with the scratch means that he had a stud foul in the match, and so Larry winning that one. Jester coming up with 3 fouls has really passed that game over to Larry, who takes a 5-0 win in this match. So back to your question, Beast. I think as you rightly said, you know, as you get into the tournament, players settle and they get themselves really into that frame of mind where they can, you know, just execute what they know they can.
Yeah.
I've seen some really outstanding pool here today. Some really outstanding pool has taken place, and I mean, I must commend the players for the way that they've gone about, you know, their task today.
Yeah.
It has been phenomenal. You look at Harry and his execution. I mean, I think this is the highlight of the day. The fact that you can come from 4-2 down, you know, be clinical, be flawless, just execution on point, and take a game like this. I mean, nothing better than that.
And this is one of Harry's motivation. Him being down is his motivation. He has the ability to flip that switch immediately and say, okay, bro, game on. He has the ability to do that. And he's one of my most valuable players adequacy. Although me being the captain, Harry is one of the best players
Yeah.
on the island.
All right. Now, what I like as to the progression I've seen Harry. I mean, as I said to him earlier, I've known him from little boy playing pool. You know,
Yeah.
I actually showed him a little thing. You know, been around a while.
Yeah.
But the way he has taken, you know, to the game, I mean, it's really, really good to see the
No.
level that he's at now. And I mean, I think just participating in this tournament and continuing to participate in tournaments like this, it can really lift him to that sort of standard where, you know, he can maybe compete with some of the best in the world. You look at that comeback there, and I mean, phenomenal. That's
Yeah.
what we want to see.
And a comeback from Larry 4-2. It's very, very tough. And me knowing Harry, as you say, you know Harry as, you know, as a youth growing up, and you say you taught him a few stuff. Harry taught me a few stuff. Harry is one of my biggest motivation in pool. Like when he was down right there now, I say, bro, you got this. Nothing can stop him, because I know Harry as a player that's working very hard towards pool. Any sport he's a part of, he works very hard towards it. He's one of the players that just do strictly drills, not just going to the pool bar playing. He will go for himself, do strictly drills to make sure he keeps himself at a standard. And that's what's showcasing here right now. He's a very, very brilliant player, and without, he don't need to take part in any national tournament to know that he's one of the top players on the island.
And definitely it makes for good, interesting viewing, because when you think about some of the players that we've seen on show, the likes of Lakati, the likes of Shad, and these guys, these are good players.
These are good
yourself,
players as well,
you know.
yeah.
So I think this year's tournament with these 16 players that I've seen on show, I mean, I'm really, really impressed. So it's another game has started. This will be Harry's final game, Melvin final matchup.
And
It's
I believe
Melvin versus Harry.
I believe he's going for the 110 combo here. Easy win, first game. Very, very easy. And this is the next rivalry. And Harry's going to take this game. He's going to take it personal, but he's going to take it personal in terms of the team level of pool. Because as you can see, Melvin is a Grenville pool master. And this is his home ground, which he will have the advantage because he's at his home ground. He knows the board well. And Harry being one of the away players, and he being one of Melvin rivals, it's going to be a very tough game. But the kind of focus Harry has now, Melvin will have to step up. He will have to step up a notch.
Yeah, definitely the momentum seems to be with Harry. I think after that flawless execution, you can see his confidence is there. But what I like about the way he played and listening to him, he's not overconfident. He understands that at any moment you can make a mistake,
You can make a
which
mistake.
can, cost you a match. So he has started really well here. He's won up against Melvin. Really, Melvin, somebody that you cannot take him for granted. He topped the charts last week. He was flawless, winning his 3 games. This week the fortunes are a bit different, but it means that you as we go through the preliminary rounds, you can't really count out anyone.
Cannot count out anyone. But I will tell you, as a blockbuster, I'm a bit biased. I would love for Harry to top the charts this week. Yeah.
Well, I mean, topping the charts is while it's good. I'm of the view that it doesn't put you at any advantage, because looking at each player and the way they execute, I mean, come the 24th with the do or die situation, that's when this thing really, really matters.
Yeah, and what you said is very true, because we have these I may beat, which is actually my teacher right now, Larry Noel. I may beat him on a Friday night very easily when he has a bad night, but when he has a good, when he's in form, there's no class. And it all depends on the day. It's a ball game at the end of the day. All depends on the day. It's a ball game. You may have a good day, you may have a bad day. All depends on the day. I'm hoping to have a good day on that final Saturday. Trust me, I'm really hoping to have a good day on that final Saturday.
Well, I hope that everyone has a good day and that the best player comes out, you know, and the best player here, I'm talking about the best player who can keep his nerve under the pressure, you know, can really absorb the pressure and execute the shots as need be. I think this is what I would consider to be the best player. Somebody who can really show, as Harry did, the ability to rally through the tough situations and really execute shot after shot. I look and I commended him on the accuracy. As we see another brilliant shot there by, I make it Harry?
Correct, Harry.
Right, the accuracy of the shot, the fact that you have less errors. This is what was impressive about that win, and this is where I would love to see most of our players.
You see, what we see about Harry is that like this is going to go 2 rails to come around to get position in 3 ball. You see? And this is textbook pool. So when he plays this now, he could either go forward with some high topspin and come backwards. Again, I'm confused by the balls. I thought he was playing for what was the 3 ball, but apparently it's the 7 ball. And that's one of the reasons why I mentioned early on why they've changed the colors of the balls for the professionals. It's very confusing. But Harry is playing a phenomenal game. He played against me. The first game I won it with a combination. The second game he made a error and I took advantage of that. And I was way in front of him when he came back and he played a superb game. Of all the players I've seen so far, and I have not seen all the players play, but so far, my judgment on this, not from as a referee, but as a player, is that to date, from what I've seen, not just because he beat me, Harry has been the most consistent player on the tour so far.
I quite agree with you. I've seen quite a bit of consistency. I had the opportunity to look at him closely last weekend, and coming up against some of the players in the likes of Chad and these boys, even yourself, he was able to follow when he needed to slow down the game. You know, he did that when he needed to really execute. He did that. He missed 1 or 2 here and there, and it cost him in some instances. But generally, as you said, the consistency, we can see it. It's evident, and I think this is where you want to be at this stage, you know, in a tournament like this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you look at his cue ball control, I mean, Harry, during the earlier part of last year, because of a job decision he made where he was working in a pool bar, he got a lot of time to practice. That particular bar opens every day at 3 o'clock, and Harry was consistently playing pool. Now, one of the things about practice and playing pool, you could play a lot of pool. You're just playing. And you could practice. You're just practicing. Because you could practice to play really bad, as I've always said. So unless you can understand and judge your mistakes and correct it, then you can't go forward. I mean, look at the stroke he played here. Played it with a top right spin to get position and that. A lot of players like to play backspin because it looks pretty and this and that and so on. But Harry plays a full array of shots and he's extremely consistent. So he's going to be a force to reckon with. And I hope next year, and Harry, if you're hearing this, I hope next year we could drag you to Vegas with us to make an impact over there. That is when you're going to really find out how good or how bad your pools is. Because the videos I'm going to post this year of me and Beast, that is when you're going to see us game with tail or L, kick up and beat up left, right, and center. But we'll see how it goes, you know, because there will be a lot of videos out there when we post our wins and losses. We post both, you know. So Harry was victorious in that game as he moved on to his next match, which is, I think it's Harry's last match for the night. And he has 2-0, he's ahead. So basically it's 3-0. Let's see if he could do a 5-0 victory and see how that goes.
So Larry, as my teacher, and we meet up in Vegas, do you feel that you're going to beat me in Vegas as my teacher?
Well, one of the problems we have, Beast, as it's the first time you come into the BCA CSI championships playing at that level, is that when they do the draw, it's randomized and you don't know who you're going to be playing against. If you play really well, and so do I, ultimately we will end up in the finals, obviously.
Yeah.
However, I mean, we're playing in the 10-ball division and the 8-ball division. I don't think any of us play in the 9-ball division. We are playing with the best of the best players across the world. And if you look at the entries, you see players from Singapore, Libya, Canada, mostly America.
And China.
There's there's one player from St. Lucia, that's Nigel Doxy, who's been there like myself for about 20 times over the past 24 years. So you're coming up against some highly experienced players. You miss, you lose. Basically how they play is you win the lag, you're supposed to win your game. That's how they play. There is no I miss, then you come, you miss. None of that. You miss, and that's the end of that. That's the level at which we played. Because remember, a lot of people this year asked me to play in the CSI Pro Division. I thought about it even last year because I can't play in the Pro Division for one. One of the things about the Pro Division is like about 200 players were banned as pros from the Pro Division because they played in the 9-ball tour. But I don't want to enter into a Pro Division and actually place really well, and later on people telling me, oh, you only placed that well because they banned 200 odd players. So I opted not to. But next year, because I've not won in my divisions, in the CSI Advanced Division, the highest I've ever placed was 8 to 12. That was like 2 years ago. Next year, more likely, I'll just play in the Pro Division and just get literally beat up left, right, and center. And I will say, I really hope that Harry could make it, if he continues playing the way he's playing, to Vegas next year, because he's playing phenomenally well.
Yeah, definitely, you want to make sure that players playing the way that he is gets as much opportunity. Phenomenal
What
shot.
a lovely
Look
shot
at
from
just
Harry.
look at that
A
shot.
lovely shot from
You
Harry.
never imagined that he was going to play that shot. But he's confident. You can see that he knows and understands his execution, what he needs to do. Coming off the band, missing
Very
there, but
unfortunate.
just look at the cue ball, look at the control, look at where he has placed it. That says a lot.
And this is one of the best thing about Harry. He is fully confident. Over the past few years, I've been London under Harry only. And meeting Harry and Larry, it rhymes, yeah. Meeting Harry and Larry and learning under those two players, it has really brought my game up to notch. These two players are one being a pro and one being a pro locally. Trust me, These two guys are really amazing. Learning from them, just watching them play pool, trust me, you can learn a lot. If you're not learning from them, then you have a problem.
Well, Melvin looking, I think he's eyeing up the 8-10 combo. Looking to get himself on board.
Now you see, he played a carom shot whereby he went off the 8 ball into the 10. He called it 10 ball. It's not loss of game. What happens here is that the 10 ball is spotted on the foot spot, and the incoming player has ball in hand. So it's not a loss of game. Had this been 8 ball and you pot the 8 ball and you scratch, that's an automatic loss of game. But in 10 ball and 9 ball, it's different. So Harry's just going to play the 8, 9, and hopefully pot the 10. And you have to also keep in mind that even though it's not necessarily a relevant thing, is that the other player is on a 1 loss, is on a 1 fall. I'll say one thing, simply because Harry is not here to hear that. Because one of the biggest problems we have with development with pool in Grenada is the inhibitions you have in terms of travel, costs, visa restrictions to the States and so on. But I'll go out on a limb and say this, because Harry beat me so convincingly, even though we end up 5-4, but it was, look at that shot, it was a convincing victory. He's not hearing this, so I'll go out and say this. You only have to repeat this. If Harry wins this tournament, I will literally go out on a limb and sponsor his flight, entrance fee, and hotel to Vegas next year, if he's qualified to do so. That is what I'll do for Harry.
Really, I hope that he would sit after this weekend and review the tape and really pressure himself to make sure that he comes up with that, because an opportunity like this, man, you want to take it.
Well, I mean, the challenge with most players here in Grenada is economics in terms of traveling to the States or anywhere else in the Caribbean to play. I play a lot of tournaments in the Caribbean, but the big challenge is all about cost. In terms of Harry, if he makes it, if he has the visa requirements or whatever to go to Vegas, I'll make this a free trip for him. I will pay for his hotel, for the host hotel, likewise entrance fees and whatever else. I don't want him to be limited by finances. I'm not saying that he is, but that is what I'm willing to do for a player like Harry, because over the past year, he has been the most consistent and advanced player in Grenada. The previous year, it was previous year we had a guy, he won the amateur tournament, and then he came on to Nathan, and he came on to play in the elite division and win the 9-ball tournament. I was so impressed by Nathan that I had bought a 10-ball jersey from Las Vegas, and when I bought it, very nice jersey, I presented it to him as a prize. It is a pro jersey, and Nathan was so proud to wear that as part of his accomplishments from moving from the amateur division and winning in the elite division. And this year, he's refereeing. He's probably down at Goldfish right now, but alongside the other referees, Moz, Rohan, and Grenville, and the other referees, they're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, I've been a referee for a lot of years, so it's a lot for them to grasp in terms of the whole concept of the game and the fouls and everything else. But this event has been going so well, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, we must congratulate Wayne on the insight that he's had, you know, to have this tournament at this level, and again have it televised, or let's say streamed, you know, where players can see themselves. They can look at themselves, you know, look at themselves playing, right? You get viewership persons, not just those that are present here, but those that are at home. They can view and they can feel proud that, hey, I know these guys and I've seen them, and so it makes good for the interest to be developed in the 10-ball area, and not just 10-ball, but pool on a whole. As we said last week, we don't just want people to think of it as a rum shop thing, but you want persons to recognize that this can move you just as every other sport in Grenada. It can take you from where you are and bring you to a very high level, you know, where your skills, your ability to manage crowds and interviews and all these different little things could come into play in terms of an elite athlete, you know. And so trust me, I think it's a really good initiative, and you guys are definitely living up to what I think Wayne has seen.
I mean, I've played in a lot of tournaments, not just in the Caribbean, North America, and I've never played in England or Europe. But the one of the things for pool players, it's the stigma that goes with pools is hard to get around. I mean, we've had an uphill battle as I'm part of the Q Sports International, that's where I referee for, and the American Pool Players Association. And one of the hard things, one of the reasons why it's so difficult to get pool as an Olympic sport is simply because of the stigma it has. And if you look across the world, in most locations, you find a pool table is in a bar. My question is, why isn't the same yardstick applied to a game like bowling? Every bowling alley you go to is attached to a bar. I mean, last year in the Olympics, we had breakdancing as an Olympic sports. Let's try to wrap our minds around this. In the 80s, I was a breakdancer, yes. But how on planet Earth could breakdancing be recognized as a sport? And pool, you have snooker, which is a billiard game, 9 ball, 10 ball, 8 ball. There's so many different variations of this game not being recognized as an Olympic sport, but somehow we get breakdancing of all things. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against breakdancing, but how could that be an Olympic sport?
Yeah, it really baffles the mind, you know. When you think about this 10 ball billiards, you think about 9 ball, 8 ball. When you think about them, you realize that there's a high level of skill. As you rightly said, there's so much science involved in this game. The 10 ball game has so much science, the physics, you know, the fact that, as you explained, the chemistry of it.
Well, yes,
you know.
And one of the things about, as I've learned over the years, is that in terms of refereeing, and I was amazed to find out this way back in 2003 or 2004 when I became a referee, is that you find some of the best players in America at the level I played at were referees. Reason being is they have a total grasp or concept of the game. The problem I find here in Grenada is that a lot of players, and I'm being called all hours in the night, not just in Grenada, regionally, because a lot of the associations have my number and they call me, Larry, what is your take on this or what's your take on that? Simply because they do not have a full grasp of the rules. And I've always said, how could you be playing a sport and not understand all the rules? Yes, there may be some intricate situations whereby there's special conditions apply or some funny rule that comes up that you're not familiar with. But for the most part, the rules are very basic. Understand the rules of the game, apply it, and then train accordingly.
Yeah, I quite agree too. You have to know what the rules are if you're going to really effectively, you know, approach the game in a manner that says, you know, you want to become better. Because lack of knowledge, it means that, you know, you're just going here and trying and doing all sorts of things that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, over the years, when we just started, years ago, people used to play, people refer to it as bush pools. We used to play like what they call local rules, whereby there's no penalties for fouls, etc., etc. And one of the things you have to be cognizant of is that when we move to international rules as we play by CSI/BCA rules, is that you have to understand the rules which govern the game. And Grenada as a team has traveled a few times. Not come to me. Forget about me that traveling all over the place. I've brought teams to Barbados, St. Lucia again, And not Barbados, but St. Lucia, we've been victorious twice. The first time we took a team, it was based on who could afford to go, let's go. The second time, I thought to myself, no, like this doesn't make no sense. Pool cannot be based on who could afford to go. So what we did was we had a series of qualifying matches. And the people who qualified, we got sponsorship for them, and we went to St. Lucia. And back then, it was 10 of us that went against 112 St. Lucians. And when we are down to the last 8 players, I'm happy to say 6 was Grenadians. We came first, second, fifth, and whatever the other positions was. It was a phenomenal event. We have really good players here, and one of our better players out of the island. But regional tournaments is very complicated. It's very expensive to travel. And the compensation and the price and so on is very low. A lot of associations, because I've been involved in pool so long, have been telling me, oh, Larry, do a tournament in Grenada, because based on the geography of this, the only areas that could do pool tournaments and when I say gets away with it, that could be easily successful is either Trinidad, Barbados, or Grenada, simply because of the logistics of travel and ability to stay in certain areas that's inexpensive. Trinidad have a lot of players, a lot of venues. Grenada, we have less venues, and venues not as big as Trinidad. Barbados has a very good organization. But if we had to do an event here, which a couple of people have been, getting at me, Larry, let's do it because everybody across the Caribbean know you for the past 20 years and so on. It's something we could do. Work with the Ministry of Sport, work with the Ministry of Tourism, because this will be a huge event. Get good sponsorship. I mean, as a CSI referee, obviously I could referee the events or bring in other referees from the US. And it's something we could host in an area like the youth center. I've done the research on it, and we can bring the tables into the area and we can have an event like this. It takes a lot to get together in terms of the sponsorship and the logistics of putting such an event together, because we don't have any areas where we have 8 or 9 tables like in the States. So we'd have to move like about 8, 9, 10 tables to an area and have an event. But the youth center is a perfect event for so doing. So it's something we could do, as I said, in conjunction with Ministry of Sport, Ministry of Tourism, and put this and Grenada on the map as an annual event.
And that's really good vision. I mean, this is what you want happen. I think that would help to really drive the interest, of the young ones, especially because you don't want it to be, as we said, rum shop, only think about it like that, but you want it to be recognized as, a premier sport that has a very high level of thinking. You have to be able to, and that's what I like about it. It's not just come and shoot the ball, but you have to apply the physics, what side of the cue ball to hit to get certain results. You want to know how hard to hit the ball so that it would stop at a certain point. So there's a lot of thinking that goes into these things that can prove that it is a sport that needs to be recognized.
I agree. And I mean, I'm trying my best right now to get back into pool as much as possible, because I'm torn between my two loves, in that pool and golf is my thing. And ironically, a lot of people who don't look at this wouldn't realize this, but the only other sport on this planet that's similar to pool is golf. And if you look at the similarities of the two sports, you'll understand it. In terms of the spin, it's you alone at the table conditions, heat, everything that affects ball movement and positional play is you. It's you versus the table and nobody else. I spent a lot of time playing pool, and now I'm concentrating. I'm spending a lot of time playing golf. Now I'm focusing on pool because of, with Wayne Green's involvement in pool and the GPL and the number of sponsors we've had and how successful this event has been, and it's going to end with the finals at Lavo Lanes at the last Saturday of the month, and I hope a lot of people come out to look at it. It really puts us in a position whereby we would hope to get younger people to come out and play pool and not look at this as, a bunch of fellas in an area having a drink, playing for $5 or whatever else. There's a lot of areas to come out and play. Whether it's Goldfish, the Quasi, and all the other areas around the island. During the day, people come out, younger people, and play. And it's what it is.
So we're looking at that. We want to just keep you abreast of what is happening. I know we've been saying a lot, but we want to keep you abreast. The score 3-2 in favor of Harry. We've seen a pretty good comeback here from Melvin. He has, really pushed the limits of what he has been doing. But Harry still has 2 games to go before he can really close this off. Will Melville give him the opportunity to? Let's see what happens.
As I said, it's BC right now. As I said, this right here is a rivalry between the Masters and the Busters. Grenville Pool Masters and Quasi Blockbusters. And Harry is going to do his utmost best to outplay Melvin. Melvin is naturally a patient player. He's going to try to use his tactics, his safeties to work against Harry. But he has to be very, very, very precise with his safeties because Harry is one of the players, as you witnessed, that can maneuver a cue ball to get contact with any ball that he's playing.
So Melvin has proven that he does have a bit of tenacity. He's not giving up.
He looks like he's going for the 110 combo right here, which is very a brave move to make the score 3-all. This should put the game under some tension. Misses.
Yeah, again, according to you, it's a brave move. Not executing, but he has placed the cue ball pretty well in a way that Harry has to think about what he will do next. Harry just thinking. That's coming up there with a foul, not touching the 1-ball Harry. It's a ball in hand for Melvin. A very interesting matchup here. Melvin, he topped the table last weekend. He won his 3 games. And coming up against Harry, well, this is the first time they're meeting each other in the preliminary rounds. And so Harry having a good turn at the table today. Melvin had his turn last week, not so fortunate today, but again doing his part in ensuring that the tension on the board remains.
This right here is a very good safety, very technical. If Harry doesn't touch this 1 ball, Melvin could possibly play the 110 into the left corner. And this is tricks and perks in 10 ball. Position on the ball. Lovely shot by Harry. Wow. As I was saying, this is the tricks and perks in 10 ball. Position on a ball where you can get an easy combo where your opponent cannot see the ball that you have to contact. If Harry didn't touch it, didn't touch that 1 ball today, easy 110 combo. And there you come back.
So again, with the ball on the board as they are, the possibility of hiding the cue ball is really good. So both players just looking to rally through, not being too rushed. They want to take their time and make sure that they put the game into a position where they can capitalize on any opportunity given. Let's see what Melvin will do. Again, well done to Melvin, just hiding the cue ball slightly there. Harry attempting to make that shot. Not executing, but again, the cue ball is in a position where getting to the pocket is a bit difficult. That's a really good shot.
You know, being at the commentary table is very fun.
It's a good place to be.
Yeah, it's a very good place to be.
So we continue to look at the ding-dong seesaw battle between Harry and Melvin. Being very patient there. So the battle continues. It's no, one ginger, one fruit. So combination there. Melvin just looking to bring himself back. Makes quite an easy shot.
He left himself with a very awkward position here with that 7 ball to get to the 8. He will need to try to get over to his left-hand side. Well, actually, yeah, his left-hand side to get that 8 over to that pocket.
Harry with the 7 down. Shot at the 8 half pocket. We'll just move the 10 ball slightly.
Slightly in front of the pocket. Oh, wow.
And the beauty of it is that he got to the 8 first, so it's not this is not 8 ball, it's 10 ball, so the 10 ball would be spotted now. Had this been 8 ball, he lost.
Had this been 8 ball, he lost. And you see, when the balls are so close together and you can get a two-way shot, it's very difficult, I would say. Not very difficult, but you tend mentally to play for the 2 shots. and the shot that you actually want to make, you don't make it, but you make the other one. That actually happened to me recently when I was playing Dwight. That happened to me, and Dwight capitalized. And it's just right now, it's just Melvin to capitalize on the game, to make the game cheer also, just to bring a little tension into it.
And Melvin really a bit meticulous. You can see he takes his time. He wants to make sure that he's clear in his mind what he wants to do.
And he's a very patient player. You as an opponent, you have to develop the level of patience that he has to play against Melvin.
So good shot there by Melvin, and bringing the game to an even state. It's 3 apiece, and remember it's a race to 5. So both players in a really good position. Even Stevens, as we would say, can go anywhere. And Harry will want to take it home. Same way Melvin will want to take it home. As you said, the rivalry between the Grenville Masters and the Busters, the Quasi Busters, it's continuing.
And it will always continue throughout, even if it's a mini tournament or a major tournament. The Busters, Masters, Gunners, Strikers, we have a couple of them. Well, all of them are with the ERS and N. Yeah.
Well, we're taking a note of our sponsors, and we just want to say thank you to our sponsors. Without you, this tournament would not have been possible. And so I really kudos goes out to the companies and organizations which have partnered, with this organization to bring this tournament at this level. We really appreciate, and I think what has been on display, even the sponsors, they will feel happy, with what they have seen, the tenacity from some of these players, as we bring you back to the action. Melvin versus Harry. Very interesting matchup, very interesting position. It's 3-all. Melvin just doing what he has to do to remain in this game. Harry took a very early lead. And Melvin has steadily clawed his way back. As we say in this, it's not over until it's over. In cricket, we may say it's not over until the fat lady sings, but right now it's not over until the last ball, which is the 10 ball, is sink. You have to sing that 10 ball, and that's when it will be over.
Over the past 2 days, well, this is our last game. Who are you rooting for your MVP? What do you say?
Well, the MVP, I'm still looking, but I've seen quite a few contenders so far. I've seen quite a few of them, so if we're judging for today, or if we're gonna judge for the past, if we're gonna judge for the past 2 weeks, then we still have to keep it open. But from what I've seen so far, we've seen some really good players on show. And so to say that for the last 2 weeks we have an MVP, it's going to be hard. For today, I mean, without a doubt, Harry.
Yeah. Oh, very unfortunate. But this is Harry on a normal day. This is how he play. Without the camera. No lights. No one to witness. Even me, as his captain, on a one-on-one. This is how he play.
Well, he has an opportunity in hand, ball in hand. He's looking to get himself into the ascendancy in this match. The games are tied at 3 apiece.
And this is what he used as his motivation. When the games are close, he played tight. Very, 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 very tight. His focus is
so he just draws himself back, gets a pretty clear shot at the 9 ball. Well executed. Just reversing and stopping.
And you remember I told you last week, he's one of the players that can control the cue ball very, 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 very good.
So he has proven himself again. He's moved up the score now 4 games to 3. Harry is now on the hill and needs one more game to have a really outstanding day today. Has played really well.
I mean, man, Harry's a blockbuster. He has to do well today. He has to do well today.
Well, it's good that you're backing your players. They know they have your support.
Always.
And so they also need the support of the persons out there, the business community, the persons viewing. They also need your support in terms of really climbing to new heights in this 10-ball arena. We've seen some really, really outstanding pool today. Quite a few come back from being down 4-2 and coming back. We've seen some whitewash 5-0. So we've had it all here at the Twilight Bar inside of Grenville, Big Parish. And we're happy that we could have brought you the action live and in living color. So ball off the board. It's a ball in hand for Melvin. Melvin will hope to close off this game, get on the hill. Will want to be on the hill with Harry. Again, using the strategy, getting that cue ball in between the 8 and the 10.
That's a very tight safety.
It's going to be very tight. Harry doing really well to get a touch onto that and not moving the 8 nor the 10. But what he has done is presented an opportunity for Melvin. Let's see if Melvin can capitalize. The 2 ball. Goes up, comes back down for the 3 in the half pocket. Will need to reverse somewhat to get to the 4. Or maybe he can drift downwards. Not really well executed. Really putting himself into a very hard spot. Let's see how he goes about. Just looking to jump that one there, but comes up with a foul. So now Harry surveys his board. Looks to see what is the best vantage point to take advantage of this opportunity. He has an opportunity now where he can close off this game.
It looks like he's going to put the cue ball. Wow. That's a very, very tight safety.
So
He had me thinking there for a while. I wasn't thinking about that.
being in the position that he is in, he's up, he's on the hill. He just looks to weigh down Melvin, ensure that Melvin opens up the game so that he can take advantage, Harry. So strategy is always important.
And if Melvin doesn't touch this full ball, Harry may possibly look for a foul out. 3 fouls. A very good hit by Melvin.
Yeah, really good attempt there by Melvin. Harry, let's see if he can take this advantage home.
I don't believe this position is something he wanted, but he's back at the table again.
Can he use the combo? Seem to be thinking about it. The 5-10 combo.
The third, oh wow, wow, lovely shot by Harry.
That was really clinical.
Lovely shot by Harry, and he played that with full of confidence. Very unfortunate for Melvin. I know this would make Melvin sleep good tonight.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, this would make Melvin sleep good tonight at all.
I think after coming off such a good week last week and to be in this position is not a position that he would like. But as we've seen, even you can attest to it that you have a good week, and
then you have a bad week.
Then you have a bad, you know. So
as you say, it's a ball game. It's a ball game.
Kudos to Harry winning 5-3 over Melvin, and so I mean it's really a good, interesting Saturday. Week 2 of the Grenada Premier League Pool Championship, and we've seen some really outstanding games here at the Twilight Sports Bar, and I mean we've seen one for the history books. We've seen some whitewashes. You know, it all has happened here today, and I mean it just makes next week's encounter even more interesting. Next week we're going to be at the Goldfish Slots Bar and Bar, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what these guys can bring. We're settling in. We're getting ready to get to the business end, which will be on the 24th. So, Beast, what is it? How would you now prepare for next week, knowing that there's one more week before the business end?
Well, for me, as a player, I know next week is going to be business. Next week, all these players, Harry, Larry, you just name them. All of them are going to be on point. You want to know why? Everyone wants to get a good position for the final day. And getting a good position on the final day, it's one of the best perks. Everyone is going to come with their best game. As you can see today, it's totally different from last week at the Queasy. Or to be very honest, our accuracy wasn't that good last week Saturday, but today it's on point and players are getting comfortable. They're getting really, really, really comfortable on playing on the different boards and so forth, and coming to Goldfish on next week Saturday is going to be very, very competitive. You can say that's the nest of pool. That's where most of the pool play at Goldfish. So you're up for a lot of good pool at Goldfish.
Well, we know that the players, they have to come with it, the board, and the players are who really determines the way the games go. And so I just want to encourage all the players to bring their A game, look to make sure that they get themselves into that position where you get to face opponents that are maybe not as consistent. Yeah, because consistency has a lot to do with your positioning. We've seen some very good consistency today from a few of the players. It means now that the point system is going to be changing. The ranking is going to be changed. And so come next week, the rank and the position of play will be determined by the rank. And so it makes for really, really an interesting and intriguing next 2 weeks. I mean, today is done and dusted, and we're just looking forward to see what happens from here on in. So again, we just want to big up the sponsors and really give them a bit of kudos for their part in making this event possible. And we really want to say thank you to all the sponsors. I think coming on board for an event like this, you have done really phenomenally well to see the vision of Wayne and his team and to come on board. I mean, it speaks volumes. And so we want to just say, I mean, an immense thank you to them, Sam Tech and all the other guys. We don't want to just single out anyone, but we just want to say thank you, because without you, I mean, I wouldn't be able to sit here and really get insight from players like the Beast and the others that we've spoken to. I think we had a lot of information today, all made possible because these persons on your screen chose to be a part of an event like this.
And I would say this is the icebreaker. This tournament here, right here, this is the icebreaker. From this moving forward, we should get more sponsors on board. Grenada will be on the map in terms of pool. As Larry has said, I hope they really bring it forward in terms of an Olympic sport. And this will really push your players to play more. Even the youth who like the sport, push them to play more, to represent the island. Not only on track, not only on field in terms of throwing, running or whatever, but you have the ability to have a stick in your hand to control a ball and represent your island proudly.
Well, there you had it. You heard it from the Beast and a relatively young player. But I mean, a phenomenal player. And you heard it from him in terms of the intention, the willingness to want to go forward with the sport. So, from us here at the Twilight Bar inside of Big Pirates Grenville, from Partygrenada, Nazim, Colin, Wayne and his team, we just want to say thank you for being a part of this broadcast. And we're going to see you next weekend at the Goldfish Slots and Bar. That's the place. That's where the action goes. Next weekend, the 18th of January. We want you to stay tuned to this. We're going to bring you some more exciting, heart-wrenching, come from behind pool that, I mean, everyone can enjoy. And so from us here, we just want to say thank you for viewing. Thank you for being a part. See you next week. Goldfish Slots and Bar. We're out.